I hope everyone's having a alright Saturday. Or decent enough. It is Saturday. It's Easter Saturday. Even. For everyone who observes. Which is... most chocolate corporations, I think. Excuse me. I did just have dinner not very long ago. First, Alanix, how you doing? Great job on being first. I don't have medal for first. But, oh, you got a question. What's your question? Giving you a minute. But while I wait on the question, I meant to stream last week. But, something happened and I just couldn't do it. Oh, there's the question. If you got into a heated argument online and they said, meet me at this spot at this time, are you going? No. Because, I live over here, and most people live places that aren't here. So it's like, my area doesn't have a Denny's. In fact, I don't think there's a single Denny's anywhere in Australia. So it would highly depend on where the spot is. And I can't do early mornings because I sleep in the early mornings. I have a very tight schedule. I say, as I have ADHD. But yeah. Going back to what I was saying earlier, I meant to stream last week, but something happened and I was very normal about it, and I was in fact I was you could say I was inconsolably normal about it. So inconsolable in my normalcy about it that I couldn't handle the idea of going onto stream and being normal on national internet. as if I'm not inconsolably normal at the best of times. And you may be wondering, Iska, you dumb bitch. What the hell happened last Saturday that had you becoming inconsolably normal about nothing? Well, not nothing. Because it was someone's birthday. And by someone's birthday, I mean this little guy right here. So he's gonna be my little guest tonight. Since I meant to do this last week and I could not. Not while I was so inconsolably normal about it. Anyway, let's get into the game. 23rd of February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Oh yeah, I also on Monday night, pulled both of my shoulder blades. Pulled the muscle in both my shoulder blades. And that messed me up. for a good couple days. I'm mostly alright now. It's just the little remnants of like muscle knots. For a good 15 minutes, I was unable to get up out of my chair. And by get up out of my chair, I mean I could not move my neck. I could not move my neck or my shoulders from reclining in my office chair. Could not do it. It was genuinely too painful. Ah! Mr. Man! In fact, that pretty much was the face I was making for most of Monday night. And every time I did need to move, when I could, I just kept making the worst noises. I was going, ooh, ah. I was basically that one track off of Lisa the Painful, I think. And if you know, you know. That was me Monday, Tuesday night. This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh shoot, I just realized something. I need to actually do it. I have it in the thing, because I've done something silly. Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. It took me long enough to get around to it. To the miserable curse that's been plaguing Mr. Natsume. To everything. And in my own way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Miss Susato. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined! Ah! Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning! Good morning! Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Excuse me. We had chicken curry for dinner. It was pretty good, but Mum put a bit too much salt in it. But it wasn't bad. It was still pretty good. Listen to you two! Chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here! Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear. We didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you. I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally. That's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Alright. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid, somehow. You'll have to forgive me. And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example! Oh yes, there it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. Sorry, just adjusted my camera. I was sure you'd abandoned me and returned to our beautiful long-lost homeland. Eh? We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. Gasp. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh? What sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. All right. It would seem Mr. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think, that he's overslept again. The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. One sec. Defendant and your legal representative. The trial's about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. Thank you, thank you. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client, and keep fighting to the very end. That's all. "9:40 a.m. Old Bailey Courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready." Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Yes. Chosen by lots, in batches of 10. Absolutely. Justice will be done, you mark my words. I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me. And please, be as ruthless as you like. Sir, down. Down, boy. Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me. Especially gash thieves. I've no sympathy for the man at all. Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all a light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord Van Zieks, what can you tell us? The prosecution's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday, regarding the defendant's tea. So he does have the results. Oh, he's already going for the drink. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock, pray allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. Sir, you need a double A meeting. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. What's the tea? That's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. All the brains at the yard analysed it, and yes, you're right, it was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. No poison at all. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. That's in the clear. What a revelation! Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. as I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume,
Objection!
My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. Typical Nipponese reaction.
All right, settle down. What?
Yes, it's true. No poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty?
My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel. Yeah.
Exactly.
The Thames is a river. Well, like, what's your point?
Unfit for drinking. Just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard.
Oh.
Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shakespeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand.
Yeah. I'm gonna boo him.
Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request.
Mr. Shakespeare.
Yes, it sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend.
Bailiff, show Mr. Shakespeare to the stand. There he is, that stupid grin. It's the one that band sang about. Dragon Force? Or Dragonette? One of them. Where am I going with this?
Mr. William Shakespeare, the victim of this despicable crime.
Oh heaven, oh hell! Do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shakespeare, did have a belly full of the foul fluid given, in mine innocence. 'Twas I who set the house ablaze. I just realized how, like, weird his mouth moves when he talks. I don't know what it is. Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. Excuse me.
By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes.
One may smile and be a villain. That man has the most forward chin I've ever seen. He could dig a tunnel with that thing. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shakespeare, did have a room full of the sweet fuel given.
That's right. Fellow jurors, don't forget, this man is a rotten thief.
I haven't forgotten. Kept all that about the ice coins. Kept all that about the ice coins a tidy secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say. Arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting in my tail. All right. Man's getting pegged soon, I guess.
I don't want to be there for that.
Oh, indeed. By dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends. I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths. Lots of people have little deaths before they actually die. You're not special. What the hell are you talking about? And for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it that still would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther eastern Verona did contrive to poison me.
Objection!
Excuse me. But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that.
What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shakespeare?
Excuse me. I'm gonna be yawning a fair bit. I did actually, oversleep a bit. Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak.
Very well. Let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea.
The tea inconsistency. Yeah, it's not good to have your tea be inconsistent. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. Plane's going over. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the moulds of soap.
The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience.
Quite. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene.
Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of a vessel containing poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide.
Ugh. I knew that.
By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands.
Yeah, the stains just won't come out, no matter how much you wash and wash. Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shakespeare, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. And me. I'm neither. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I've no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare. I don't declare nothing. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Alrighty. I can already see something. Tea brewed in pot. 'Twas in my cup alone, the wicked miscreant. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. Well, let's press on him. Press his statement. I don't want to press on him, no. But the tea cup Mr. Natsume drank from was found completely empty at the scene. And let's not forget the defendant's maxim. Drink tea while it's hot. I did gulp from the poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. In fits of pain, I did knock the fellow's cup and its contents spilt his blood from a gaping wound, methinks. Though certainly 'twas after I had made the coins of ice from his tea.
An upset cup was found on the table that the victim was slumped over. There is no contradiction here.
It's true, there was no tea left in either cup that we found at the scene. True. But still, something about this statement is troubling me. Yes, of course, I know what it is. So do I. It's Mr. Natsume's wise drink tea while it's hot maxim, isn't it? No, Ryunosuke, it's not that. No, I'm not sure that's it. Thank you, witness. Now reiterate for the court what it is that occupied you. No, don't. You don't have to do that, actually.
Objection!
You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How? Chop logic? What is this, you darky-clad fiend? The two teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them, one that represents incontrovertible proof.
Incontrovertible? What difference?
Look at the inside of the cups. Just here. There's a clearly visible ring.
Yes, a tea ring.
Hi, Iska. Hi, Adamska. How you doing? Good to see ya. Are you having an Easter? Are you having an Easter? Yeah, that's the way to say it. A decent Easter weekend.
Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed. Such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while.
And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right! It's completely clean! And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea while it's hot. That's right. Yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. It's already in Pascha festives in here. Pascha. Oops. What am I doing? Nope, that was not the button. But I'm not celebrating it. Oh, that's right, yeah. Not everybody celebrates. I think I'm not really... I like the chocolate aspect of it, but even then it's like... Oh, I knew you were referring to Easter with Pascha. I just wondered what language was that? Because I know in Italian it's Pasquale. Now where was I? Jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. Aha! feel like Easter's much like Christmas and other, like Valentine's Day, Mother's Day. It's incredibly commercial. And while I do like chocolate, I don't like it that much. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well after the several hours the tea was left standing. Like yesterday, I had a craving for like apple crumble, but we don't have any in the house. And of course, most shops closed for the Easter holidays. So I was like, well, I better fill this void with other foodstuffs at like 3 a.m. But in short, Mr. Shakespeare, you clearly lied to the court. Get thee to a nunnery! Sir, you can't just say that.
Objection!
Shakespeare, you get thee to a nunnery.
As a rule, I fill my hallowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial.
You might want to keep that information to yourself.
Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended. Until the bottle is dry.
So, I guess they wouldn't have drinking at work laws in 1899, 1900. Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant.
On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shakespeare,
Yes, my liege.
though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken?
Hey?
Could it be that... Yes. Perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene. A fact that had vanished from your memory until now.
Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest. Why are you giving this man an out?
Objection!
And you've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? What the? I feel like even in modern law, that would still count as perjury, right? Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead.
That is actually true.
But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us 2 things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court. the prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist.
No! The heck is that? One moment. It sounded like there might have been a helicopter going around outside. Just curious. What does this mean, then? I do declare it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony.
Apart from that bit about thieving gas, obviously.
My lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubber Ale House that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death.
And on what did you dine, sir?
Why, I did partake of my favourites. A broth, as would be called soup, and a leaf, as would be called salad. Sure.
As insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas, but new soup. Grimsby, how you doing? I pray, ye wise and noble fellows, ne'er forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. That and this are two completely different conversations, as one would say.
Happy you know the video. Yeah, I love that video so much. It's so funny. It became a vocal stim for a good while.
And you good? How am I? I'm doing better.
After the Monday night where I pulled both my shoulder blades and could not move my neck for a good 20 minutes, not without severe pain. Yeah, I'm doing okay now. Just a little bit of soreness left.
Ouch!
Oh yeah, I was very ouch. I was in so much pain. I was honestly shocked that I was able to get any sleep that morning. Because there was not a single position I could put myself on my bed that didn't have me feeling some kind of pain somewhere.
But also, do you celebrate Easter, Quimsby? Are you having an Easter? Jurors all, your humble servant Shamspeare doth entreat you. Punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. No! My lord! What is?
My lord! If I may speak, my lord. Yes, Mr. Foreman? I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer.
No! By me? Glad I'm better. Yeah, I'm glad I'm feeling better. Because goodness gracious, it was not easy. It was not fun. Also, I'm pretty sure there is a helicopter going around up in the sky above me tonight. I wonder if there's an event going on because it is Easter Saturday. Maybe there's a festival somewhere in town. I do declare you may be right. We all know the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. Waif? But this lawyer lad says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up the garden path. That's what he's been doing. I really never said anything like that.
But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again.
Oh no.
We've reached a decision this time and we won't be swayed from it.
And again.
The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman and will duly hear the jury's findings.
What? No! No, you can't yet.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you'll state your decisions now.
Audience, you may vote on your proprietary devices now.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
God damn it!
I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord.
Oh, happy day!
That harp kills me.
Why is this little chick? I don't know why it got me. Oh. How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination.
Very well, the court upholds the defense's right. Again. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Judicial findings. The contentions of the jurors, even.
I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is.
So lots of things can kill a person. It's not special.
Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the tea my wife stirs up for me is a little sketchy at times. What?
If nothing else passed the victim's lips at night, there's no other explanation, is there? I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind.
No, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. And Mr. Shakespeare was poisoned, there could be no doubt of that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shakespeare was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty.
No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
He's just standing there. Oh my god. I tell you what, I need to refresh my drink. So I'll be back. Give me a minute. Oh, I'll be back. Beep 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 beep. There we go, okay. Back in it. I almost got distracted talking to my birds. Let's see. Welcome back, thank you. Grimsby. Let's see what these jurors have to say. I'm a man of logic. Logically be guilty, alright?
Hold it!
Alright, Mr. Fair Play. All the evidence, you say?
That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache.
You are one to talk, says the Englishman with the bigger mustache. See? Ryunosuke gets it. Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind.
I swear, Susato, I thought she was about to say we need to show this man a third guy with an even bigger mustache.
If only we had that kind of evidence. Don't worry. The summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light.
Let's hope so.
To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock. Well, it's only in closed alpha. What? I mean, what? I'm kidding. I don't actually play Deadlock. But my friends do. I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the men would want to avoid paying.
Hold it!
This isn't the time or the place to be discussing the price of gas, madame. But really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas, and air is free. Why should Altamont gas cost money?
Because the realm of science, air is a mixture of gases, for one.
It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. Ever.
This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here.
Please do, ma'am.
Yes, madame. It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up.
Oh, what a beastly man! That unkempt moustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas. Utterly unforgivable.
Ma'am, who are you talking about?
No, Mr. Natsume isn't the one who's been stealing gas.
I'll thank you not to go adding on more crimes.
Mr. Natsume has not been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas.
Shush.
Stuff explodes and could poison you.
Hold it!
Ooh, there's a thought. Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir?
Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I'd take poison over gas every time. You know, some days do be like that. you feel your stomach, like, well, your lower stomach feels very sharp, and it turns out it's just like wind.
You'd take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it?
I mean, whatever. Not a thing to get hung up over.
Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man.
Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room.
Ah! You're right. I hadn't considered that at all.
Young lawyer man. Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative.
Would you?
Well, I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain pipes.
Hold it!
Excuse me. Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas.
And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so.
She's really buzzing now.
All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, huh? What about getting electrocuted? What about that?
Actually, oh, that's good. That's a good historical reference, I think.
A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison.
Because wasn't it Alexander Graham Bell who tried to tried to defame electricity as a power source. With the elephant. Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madame. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable.
My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. Was it Alexander Graham Bell? I could be thinking of the wrong guy. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madame? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square.
Indeed, nobody's questioning that, madame. Altamont is an exemplary gas company.
But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all.
No.
What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that.
Oh, of course. They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible?
Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates, I bit my tongue, secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally? What a brazen form of theft!
Sorry, I'm looking up the thing about the elephant.
When we visit
I was wrong, it was Edison. Not Graham Bell. Thomas Edison.
Way back in 1903, yeah. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks. Oh, we got something. Mr. Man! Mr. First?
Oh, I love that little icon of Mrs. Quinby in the corner there. It's very nice.
Excuse me.
Excuse me? 失礼しますけど?
Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh, golly! You mean me?
I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself.
I really did catch him off guard there.
Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct?
Well, yes.
I just got a little riled about it recently, you see.
Go on.
An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in. Do you know what he did? I'm afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Oh, please, everybody knows. It was very nearly the death of me, I could tell you. Okay. I'm reading more about the elephant thing. It was in fact not made to be alternating current propaganda. Because by the time that film was released, Edison had already left General Electric. Fascinating. So I was wrong, but more importantly, QI was wrong. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Oh. I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flickers, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might. You can guess what happened, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... He blew your pipe too hard? That's right. The lights didn't just flicker, they went out. Along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house. Of course, that's what I meant. What a disaster. Don't you hate it when someone blows your pipe too hard and then it's lights out? Never mind. The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. Don't you hate it when a man blows too hard and suddenly your gas supply is interrupted briefly? I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. Blowing too hard. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps... Yes. This is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Jury number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like. I don't mind. Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues that... Like I said, madame, it's widely known already. What's the rest of that? identifying the rogues that tried to diddle us. Very different connotations nowadays. Very well. Juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly. Sorry, my little Havoc plush, you shouldn't be listening to this. Yes, my lord, though I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. Alright.
Hold it!
Let's see what else he has to say. When you say it'd extinguish everything in the house, do you mean even on different floors? Oh yes, all floors are connected to the same pipe after all. That's true of every building. Because gas supply contracts are issued for whole properties. Well, I had no idea that it was possible to extinguish gas appliances simply by blowing down the pipe. It's not something we like to publicize, to be honest. But we have to... Excuse me. But we have to carry out these investigations, as I am sure you can appreciate.
Indeed, it has been mentioned on more than one occasion in the papers, even.
Is that so? It's been mentioned to me too, very recently. An incident involving a gas stove going out inexplicably, almost leading to someone's death. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps... Yes, it's finally starting to fall into place. The secret link that joins all of these strange occurrences. Could be... Oops, that's not it. Okay, none of that is pertinent. So...
Objection!
Aha! Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, Counsel? Conkle?
Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said?
Eh? What? Yeah, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other.
There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question.
Right? What explanation?
I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? To see if there were any traces of poison there.
I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time. But the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance.
Hold it! What a piece of work as a man! What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare? Yeah, what does that even mean? I don't think I came across that in Taming of the Shrew. What speakest thou? Prithee! Sorry, meant to trill my R there. That didn't happen. Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir! I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body.
Good lord!
Are they tasty then, gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? No, sir, no. Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? I mean, he probably would do that, but whatever. Perhaps no actress could perform a kiss scene with him.
For shame, madame! Speaking thy fancy! I assure you I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes. For real, homeboy?
Objection!
This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture.
He grabbed that glass right quick.
To begin with,
Or is that a goblet? I can never remember what the difference is.
the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions.
To be fair, the man looks like he's almost 7 feet tall.
There is no possible proof that the man did as you say.
Objection!
It's true. I have no proof that Mr. Shamspeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, ow, I bit my tongue again, Mr. Shamspeare has been doing something in front of the lamp on his wall.
I just remembered.
And I have evidence to prove it.
Alright, you got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself.
So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that time and time again, Mr. Shamspeare stood in front of his gas lamp.
Take that!
What the? These are... Wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. I don't think I want to do that.
Skin prints, counsel. I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however.
My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Excuse me. It reveals all of the places that Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it?
Oh, well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure.
I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be normal about it. Like, actually regular and sane. For example, here. Around the hanging picture there. Indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible. Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps?
Sure. Yeah, we can go with that.
At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... I don't believe it. The gas lamp! Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. Right. What have you been up to, you nut? What, you egg? I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you'll recall juror number 3's statement... What? Me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out, and gas started leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shamspeare were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he would have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. He could have, I should say. Crikey! Are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas to...
Objection!
Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law.
Yeah? Well, maybe you should remember the spirit of the law. Maybe not so much spirit of justice.
What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zieks? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense. The so-called skin prints. Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case.
But it's an exciting new forensic technique, developed by a great detective.
It is nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands.
Maybe so. Ugh!
Certainly, even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
God damn it. And you were so gung-ho about it.
Hold it!
Oh. Please, my lord, if I may. Mr. Sato. It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence.
What do you mean?
We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Now hold on. Is this not more or less the same thing Franzi did way back, or does way in the future in in the second game? Where she presents a photo to the public to sway their thinking, sway their thoughts. Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. At the tone, please record your voice message when you're finished recording. You may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5. Beep. What? Damn! They didn't pick up. And if the trial were to come to an end now... Actually... If the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. Oh yeah.
Hi, Onyx. This is, your insurance company. We just wanted to know if you had, if you're paying too much on car insurance. Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Took me a minute to remember what the line was. I don't believe we can allow that to happen. And I'm I'm sure the jurors would agree. You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3? Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. Oh, we just need a couple more.
What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. Oh, no, wait. You heard his lordship. It's not fair dinkum evidence. It's not fair dinkum.
Huh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue.
Thank you, Miss Sister, but I couldn't have done it without you.
Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success. Just say you did it as a team! Oh, someone's sweating. Why, Mr. Shakespeare, you seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it.
Very well. Continue, counsel.
I'm very interested in the results. We're the ones who decide if the jury evidence is worthy of consideration.
I am curious about juror number 5. He says some of the most interesting things. I won't lie.
Hold it!
You mean it's poisoned?
That's right. It's happened a tiny few times now. This is most troubling indeed.
It's always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see? And I see her doing it, my wife. Doing what? It! She gets that devilish look on her face and she slips some white powder into my cup. Cocaine? And you drink it anyway? Stevia?
I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it.
And what happened to you? What did it taste like?
It was god-awful, believe you me. Salty as hell.
Incredible. Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt. No. So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable. Oh no, I think she cares. She just wants you to suffer a little bit.
Let's move on, please.
Did I press fair play? All the evidence, you say?
That's right. There's no room for doubt. Okay, we did look at this earlier.
If Mr. Shakespeare had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied there's a possibility that's where the poison was.
Oh yes, I won't deny that it's playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. Besides,
Yes?
even if the fellow's been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? Oh? If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance.
You do make a very valid point, sir.
What?
true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. No, wait!
Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is.
Oh, just leave our nationality out of this, please. Yeah, we don't make fun of Bruce Fairplay for being Australian. I mean, I could, but then only because I'm Australian. Mr. Naruhodo, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shamsir really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? Let's have a look here. No, that can't be it. Oh, there's a thought. I wonder. Trying to think. Trying to have a thinky. Have supporting testimony? Could that be it? Maybe? No, in truth I don't have evidence to support my theory, however, there is witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that? Testimony? Oh, this is incredible! Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything's linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Garadeb residence that night. Namely... Oh!
Take that!
Well, Mr. Foreman, does that convince you? Oh, I don't think he was listening.
Rest assured, Counsel, I shan't let such nonsensical answers go without penalty.
Ugh, I thought I got away with it. My mistake. I obviously chose the wrong person. Alright. No. Go back.
Hold it!
Alright. Back we go. I know what I'm doing now. Ah, fast forward. There we go. Fast forward again. Incidentally, this has nothing to do with what's going on right now, but I did watch an old movie this week for the first time. It was Eraserhead. What a movie. It was a very stressful experience.
Take that!
But I came to view the Eraserhead baby as something of... I was very emotionally attached to the Eraserhead baby. As shiny and weird and ugly as it was. It was like a baby bird that just starting to like get the pin feathers in. Obviously Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume himself. The defendant? At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings! Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! That did happen. On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? Good golly! So that Shamspeare fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose? Now hold your horses there. What would he do that for? Well, well. Someone's sweating. Mr. Foreman. What the? What is it, man? We cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree. There's more to this case than meets the eye.
Ah!
Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic first and foremost. Yippee! That's 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now called guilty, 4 now called not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Mr. William Shamspeare. My lord, how can thy humble Shamspeare serve thee? Put your hands to the wall and blow. Sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Very unprofessional. What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination? So God mend me, I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. But your handprint have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh?
I'm done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5.
Who, me?
As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall, whether he did indeed blow, what remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection!
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there...
Objection!
What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind.
What do you mean?
You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required.
Yes?
Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, It would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible.
I didn't think of that. Poisons tend to have half-lives? Or is that just in, radioactive matter?
In any case, Counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you describe.
Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived? There's only one possibility that I can think of. And that is... to use the leaking gas to commit murder.
Order! Counsel!
Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shamsphere wanted to end the life of Soseki Natsume.
Take that!
If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live around those parts myself, so I know what it's like. I could tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death in no time. Mr. Garaded, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamsphere was trying to end. Outrageous. I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder.
Good gracious.
Objection!
The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here.
What? How can you still claim that?
Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there?
Who did put it there?
The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill.
Yes, that would indeed seem logical.
If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? So now we must ask. How could anyone have known of Mr. Shamsphere's murderous designs?
You mean to suggest...
Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known.
No, he had no idea. He thought he was being strangled by ghosts. What?
In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Whatever Mr. William Shamsphere may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is great. That suspicion is greater than ever.
Sorry, I had to yawn for a second.
Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend?
Absolutely bonkers. How do you manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage.
What advantage?
Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shemspeare's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt.
You mean, name the true culprit?
I have an idea.
I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison, it's all pointing to a particular person now. Presently.
The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. What? Oh, don't you worry, we know...
Objection!
There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime.
The true culprit? A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend.
And in fourth-rate visual novels that I've played. Don't worry about it. Not these ones.
But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax.
Thank you.
Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime?
I'm afraid it might be Miss Olive Green.
Take that!
The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green.
Oh, there.
I'm cold. It was a little bit cooler today. But now I've got a standy floor fan. Ugh, there we go. That's a bit better.
Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green? I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Council, but I don't recall where.
About 3 days before.
Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago.
6 days ago. Thank you, Vincent.
The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe. I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shakespeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was laying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi,
true. On the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital unconscious. So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible. But still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison. And there is another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court.
Tell me, Mr. Shamspeare.
My lord, pray, what be thy bidding?
Are you acquainted with Miss Green?
No, never heard of her. Come off it. Judging by the look on Mr. Shamspeare's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least, not by name.
As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friends fast through to its conclusion.
I appreciate that.
The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here.
Yes, Miss Olive Green.
Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient.
Very well, I grant the request. Excellent, I hope. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. To be continued. I'll save my progress. And tell you what, all this talk of tea has me wanting to make myself a cup of tea. Hi, Nomi. How you doing? We've made it to the next checkpoint. Tea, yes. I'm gonna make myself a nice hot cup of tea. Since the game's been talking about tea this whole time, and I'm like, I could go for some warm drink. So I'll be back. Pew, 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 pew. Here we are. Back again. Controller. Alright. Thank you. 11:32 a.m. Back in the antechamber. Joyful, jubilant jumping jacks! Jumping jackalopes. Oh, Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires. Now finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent. Indeed.
Haha! Good morning, my dear fellows.
There you are, Shams. We were wondering where you were. Mostly we were wondering if you were sleeping in.
Ah! Herlock Sholmes!
May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. Damn. I thought the tea was innocent. Mr. Shums, you came! How wonderful! Not if he can help it, no.
Please save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces.
Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. Yeah, we did, earlier.
The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not?
Oh, yes.
And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep, I queried. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully oversimple. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter?
Oh, yes.
Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. Oh dear God. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. So the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential.
Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already.
What others presuppose, I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method.
No, the scientific method is writing down your results. Otherwise, you're just fucking around.
Ah, yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this?
Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. You didn't manage to.
It was a laborious task, as the bottle was near empty. But such inconveniences do not hinder Shums. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine. So I was right. Perhaps. Though, of course, such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended.
I wouldn't lick any part of that bottle of poison, to be honest. Could I have a word? Who is this? Oh!
Gregson, how good of you to come. Forget it. Excuse me.
Wait a minute, Inspector!
I, don't wish to make a nuisance of myself.
From the look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. Who could it be, I wonder? It's an absolute mystery, really.
My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. Pretend Iris has given you another stipend this week. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me.
Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation in Mr. Shamspeare's room?
Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually.
Oh, yeah. You mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shamspeare's room? A man by the name of... yes, Selden.
I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fella's file. There's something in there that, well, it caught my eye.
Oh, something caught your eye. What, Inspector, what?
I've copied out the relevant parts for you so you can read it yourselves.
Thank you. Capital Offenders File. One moment. There we go. These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though?
Well, you are the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion.
Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful.
Indeed, my dear fellows. And the inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown.
A shining diamond. In the rough, maybe. You think he could fix things? If you summoned him? Oh no, that's Crazy Diamond. My bad.
Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all.
Oh, I gotta do the thing again.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all. Certainly not.
Thank you, Mr. Shums.
I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Moustache in floods of tears, personally, so... the best of luck to you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire!
Yes, Mr. Natsume?
It's time, isn't it?
Yes. This is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. This is going to be the final battle of the episode, that is. I won't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. 12:30 p.m. Back in the courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores.
Dubious? Amateur? thank you for that backhanded consideration. A rather cold assessment from the Honourable British Prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zeeks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand?
Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord.
Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in. Here come the clowns.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please.
William Shakespeare, my liege. For mine occupation I can say only that I be a tragic victim, to be pitied.
Currently unemployed, in other words.
Maybe I should use that line myself. A victim to be pitied. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has new talent, I suppose.
Also currently unemployed, in other words.
Yeah, no, that sounds more like me. What a coterie. Mr. Shakespeare. My lord, I am thy humble servant. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else, my lord.
And Miss Green.
Yes?
You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume?
Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon. And do you accept the charge, Miss Green? I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady. Die to live. What? Verily, I know not thy prickly, pea-pigmented personage. We know that's a lie. Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair. It's all very strange. Very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. It so happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital fighting for my life.
Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Garadeb household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days.
I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, through no fault of my own, and now I am under suspicion. What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing. No, you know what's disturbing? Eraserhead.
Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green.
And also whatever the hell was going on in Razorhead. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shakespeare's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened. Oh no! The incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful accident? Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shakespeare. Hey, but what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with being poisoned. I don't know about that. Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court. On the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February. Going back to that awful case. That evening. It was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. Sorry. Please don't do that with your paintbrush. No! I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all of this business. Yes, a second incident has hit Briar Road. Ba-bam! I wish I had a soundboard. Yes, a second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence.
Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shakespeare.
'Twas the following morn when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Marry, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine. When Soseki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder.
As suspected, there's nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance.
It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here, I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish.
Yes, my lord. Okay, we know all about this because it was full of... happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. She plants the paint end of her brush into her cheek. Bespoke his supper. Had a little matter to attend to. Okay.
Hold it!
What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. It was nothing really. It's not worth mentioning. If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. Ah! It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green! Is she even allowed to paint on the dock? Great question. I mean... The Ace Attorney courthouses have let witnesses do weirder things. I'm fairly certain. This is the same series that let Phoenix cross-examine a parrot, and then later on an entire orca. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, "Fair, the prosecutor is also allowed to drink wine on the job." Yep. Exactly. He did on the job, yeah. He did say earlier earlier on this evening that he likes to count at least about 7 glasses per thing. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross.
What does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan.
Oh? Yes, Mr. Shamspear, have you something to say?
Excuse me.
Privy, even? Mr. Shamspear, do you have something to share with the court? Forsooth? To be or not to be? That is the question. That is not the question. Well, pray forgive me. The great bard's word springeth from within me with ne'er a thought. Within its original context, it was not about the state of being in itself, I'm pretty sure. Don't tell me it's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? God. Spirit possessions? Ridiculous. Absolutely bonkers. It would never happen. Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps. Eh? Well, nay, sire. 'Twas nothing at all. Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. Mr. Duncan Donut. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so, but sadly, nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just 1 floor above yours? Miss Green?
Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong?
The card that was mentioned before, containing the note. Do you have it upon your person?
I do, yes. But I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really.
Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please.
Yay!
That'll be important.
Of course. That's what links Mr. Shamspear and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross.
Now continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green.
Let's have a looky. Well, there's the card itself. The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah! What is it? The way the envelope's torn. I'm almost sure I've seen that exact same shape somewhere else. You don't mean? Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up. They go together perfectly. This torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs with this card. There we go.
I was hoping we'd actually look at the note, but I guess the note itself was not relevant. Coincidentally,
Hold it!
actually, let's check some of these statements before I make my move. What were you doing there that day, though?
What do you mean?
The art school you attend. What's it called?
Yes. It's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. According to Mr. Sholmes, it's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene on the Underground.
I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road. Isn't that right? So why then would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End? The East End.
Well, it's because, yes, of course. I thought it might make a nice picture.
The witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas.
That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town. Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term.
The point is, she's definitely hiding something.
Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth.
If she was trying to hide why she was there that evening, it must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shakespeare, what were you doing? It would be my pleasure, sire, to tell you.
Hold it!
You didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, did you? In the early hours?
Exactly. So how could I have had anything to do with it? And yet you still haul me in here to court like this? Honestly.
So at the time of the poisoning, the witness was unconscious in her hospital bed. Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you?
And yet, in spite of that, you claim that I was the culprit?
Well, I mean, yes, but...
But you certainly haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? None at all.
There you have it. The good lady has yet to see evidence, my learned Nipponese friend.
I'm working on it! Counsel, I will point out here that the jury's next decision will be final.
Aw, man.
We're really up against the wall here.
Mr. Naruhodo, you pursued Mr. Shakespeare wonderfully there.
It's worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue at last. Alright, now I need to pull off a really insightful objection somewhere.
Well, as you've managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that.
Yes, of course. And yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose.
Hold it!
Let's get these last ones, until I can be sure. I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. And I woke up to find that the case had been solved and the culprit arrested.
Yes, the incident has been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with your awakening, and should now be forgotten.
Yes, I suppose so. Thank you.
But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day, for us to arrive at the truth about this new case.
The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking along the pavement.
Hold it!
Alright, tell us about your bespoke supper. A tavern, you say? Which one? It was the slug and salad where I did Every time that harp goes off, it just throws me off my guard. 'Twas the slug and salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End.
And a little unexpected, I feel.
What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks?
The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining. For the locality, at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room.
Yeah, get you a crumb of bread in your room and then we can talk.
It's true. The menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness.
Ugh!
I would have expected Grub's Grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas. Or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush.
Now hold on, mushy peas are pretty good actually. Though I do like a good split pea and ham soup. All equally appetizing. I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? How different can water really be?
I don't know.
The water at my grandma's old house used to taste really weird.
Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment.
Agreed.
The fact that on that day of all days he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out.
So Mr. Shamspeare's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious.
I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions.
We might. Mr. Shamspeare? Yes, sire? On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize? For a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. But pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakest. Very well. I will present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day. Namely...
Take that!
I believe this torn-off piece of envelope reveals the answer. Because it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the card that was submitted into evidence earlier. Well, gotta mow the lawn if I'm not back before the end. Thank you so much for keeping more entertaining. I'll catch up on the VOD. Thank you so much, Quimsby. Yeah, take care of your lawn. Because it's always important. You never want it to grow too weedy. And thank you for being here as well. Good lord. Miss Green's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspeare, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspeare? Well...
Excuse me, can I say something?
Yes, Miss Green?
That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it?
Well, you'd think so, yes. But it's hard to believe it's merely...
My lord, may I?
May you what, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about that card.
Very well, then you may amend your testimony to include details about about the peculiar note.
This note was delivered to me at my address. It's nothing to do with the odd man next to me here. What do you mean?
Hold it!
I think you said that you received it the day before the incident, didn't you? Yes, that's right.
There appears to be no indication of the sender's name or address on the envelope.
It was in my letterbox, and that's all I know, I'm afraid. I've no idea who sent it.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Who is this Duncan Ross, please?
A friend of mine. He attended the same art school as I do. He passed away in a tragic accident a month ago now, though. I wasn't sure what to make of that note, to be honest. But in the end, I decided to go.
So you found out what the information was?
Of course I didn't. You're not thinking straight.
Whilst on her way there, she was stabbed in the back. As my learned friend hopefully remembers.
Yes, of course. She never made it to the meeting. Okay.
Doesn't it?
Except...
Objection!
Oops. Number of ways, you might say. That's right, my lord. It's a contradiction in a number of ways. Perhaps it would serve you well to concentrate your efforts on one contradiction at a time, Counsel. Okay. I made a bit of mess of that. In a number of ways, actually. Okay.
Objection!
Oh, it really was that simple. I was thinking too hard. Silly me. The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me.
Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is.
What do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn-off end of an envelope.
Oh, is it?
And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received.
Well, where did you find that?
In Mr. Shamspeare's room. Hey? In my room? Mr. Shamspeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Ah, well! Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? Don't you look away, sir. I mean, I'm also guilty of not looking at people's eyes, but that's because I'm neurodivergent. And you, Miss Green. And eye contact makes me uncomfy.
What did I do?
As this torn-off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession?
I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist, after all.
There is only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspeare's room and stole it. You did... Sorry, thou hast what? You broke... Thou were in my room? What on earth? What on earth do you want with me? It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Yeah, this is getting messy. Ugh.
Miss Green,
Yes.
whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind.
Yes. I know. Hello, Elvis Tech. How you doing? You doing good? Are you having an Easter?
Very well then, witnesses. You will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. The anomaly of the note. I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Huh? I'm insomnia. Last night I slept 4 hours. Oh no! That's no good! Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished.
I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here. And as for that torn-off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it.
You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspeare? Faith, 'tis so, my lord. And I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was...
A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying.
I beg your pardon?
I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said. And fledgling artists don't lie.
Girl, what are you talking about?
That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is.
If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in...
I don't see why I should explain.
Sorry?
I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer.
Girl, the fledgling will do his best.
evidently my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth.
Well, counsel, I'm ready, my lord. Very well, then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witness.
Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamspeare's room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note.
Yes. Two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all of this. And it's not a pretty one. But yeah. I actually overslept today. 'Cause of the because I hurt my shoulders the other day. Pulled muscles in my shoulder blades. It really, really hurt. Let's see.
Hold it!
Let's have a look at all these statements, I think. Can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Nay, sire. 'Tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily, 'tis impenetrable. You say that about a lot of things, I would bet, Mr. Shamspeare. But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Alack! If the choices be twixt I knew him and I knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were, by some small measure, acquainted. Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature. Marry, naught will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true, I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated. I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, but nobody came. Yet nobody came. So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared. Well, yes, sire. 'Tis as thou sayest. Really? You paused for a moment before you answered. In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall. Really? Do you mean to tell the court that someone did appear? After all? After all? I was not alone that night at the Slug and Salad, my lord, no. 'Tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to almost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions. What do you mean? Flies, sire, flies! Good lord! In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer night's dream, come to taunt me? I think they were just flies. I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Ha! Is that wrong of me?
Hold it!
I am drinking my tea now that it's at a very good temperature. I don't want it to get cold. When exactly did you notice it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
In other words, you didn't notice.
Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room.
Yes, it would appear that the note...
Whoops, that's the judge.
Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval.
Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. You said that already.
And yet, during that time, Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not?
Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamspeare's room. Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding. Isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir?
Girl,
You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madame. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You'll do well to remember that.
Oh, dearie me. What's Lord Van Zeek's getting at? You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I?
Hold it!
It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shakespeare about 1 week ago. Oh, does it? But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shakespeare's lodgings.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless.
Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shakespeare's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing.
Oh, I can think of something. What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though?
Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo.
We're close now. I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. Okay. Well, that's my tea done. Very good. I got to finish it before it went cold.
All right. Let's see.
Oh, we didn't look at this file. Let's see.
Investigative findings related to Selden. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes whilst in prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. Estimated £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Ooh. Manchester's Strangeways prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He'd been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out.
We didn't look at this either. So this is the poison we've been hearing so much about. Strychnine. There are a few remnants on the bottom of the bottle here, look.
You mustn't be tempted to try it.
Of course not. As long as we don't lose this trial. Sir.
No, even if we lose the trial. No! We mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo.
Make your mind up, Susato-san.
Objection!
Shoot!
Alright. That was wrong.
Hold it!
I may have been slightly premature, but what can I say? I was born premature. That was nothing. That was a nothing joke. So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it? Is that it?
I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters.
Well, not quite. All artists are people. And all people are weird in their own ways. Introverted? Fie! This fledgling doth readily cast aspersions about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wing. That was... Oh, pity! Where dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, ample woman? Aloha, oi! Aloha, oi!
Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure.
Harsh. Tragedy! When the full moon's gone and you can't go on. Thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction hereafter by death. I'm fairly certain this is a JoJo pose. Oh, the days! Oh, the years! Alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long, and in vain!
Mr. Naruhodo, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine.
I'm no Shakespearean actor, Miss Susato. No, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's gonna resolve this argument
Is evidence. Yes. It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shamsia's room, isn't it? And that's where she found the letter. This letter.
Yes, two more or less foregone conclusions that lead me to one terrifying conclusion.
Terrifying?
Yes, I'm afraid to say. But the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely.
Hold it!
Can I do this one?
Okay.
I mean...
Well, that's nothing.
Objection!
Nope, that's not it. So that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. Ugh.
Objection!
Nope, that ain't it. Oh, goodness gracious. Uh-oh. I'm in trouble. On the evening, I shared with a company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished. Oh no, I may need to actually check a thing, because I'm really not sure what they want me to point out here. I gotta be honest, I'm down to my last hit point. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Hold on. find the one that I... Yes, there we go. Okay. I found the one that's spoiler-free, so I can't go too far. Oh, no, I remember now. Okay, yep. The thing that I looked at and completely forgot about.
Objection!
The poison. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine.
What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare.
I had completely forgotten that the bottle had strychnine. My bad. Oops. Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison.
Can this be?
You broke into my room, too. It may seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie me! Oh.
Order, order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill?
Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts.
But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely.
Well, that's a very good point.
Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon?
Huh?
There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time.
Lord Van Zieks. He's helping us out. That's odd. And of course, the following morning, there was more activity at Mr. Shamspeare's address. More activity? Yes! You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder? Or attempted murder? That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. But once Mr. Natsume... But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe.
His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant.
And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right. Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end.
A trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing. Excuse me. Stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted.
That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier.
Oh my god, I just realized that Olive was sitting on a big old crate.
With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan.
What plan?
The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions is now clear. Yeah. It's the reason that is clear, not the instructions in this sentence.
To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time.
To make sure I wasn't home.
Exactly.
While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter
Was written by Miss Green, yes.
and in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room.
Order, order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness?
Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial.
So, that's what's behind all this.
You'll share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life? The love of Miss Green's life, who sadly passed away a month ago as a result of gas poisoning.
Take that!
Duncan Ross. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross.
I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings.
That does ring a vague. Of course, yes, I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shakespeare blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Oh! Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. it doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him.
You mean you? Duncan was... Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shakespeare. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy. The murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry.
Marry?
Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shakespeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder? Attempted murder. Yes, my lord. That's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded.
What?
Why would Mr. Shakespeare have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I've been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny every utterance.
And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either.
Miss Green.
I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason?
I thought I'd have a look around, that's all.
Sorry?
You're right. I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life.
Oh vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rotundity of woman. All right, settle down. Roundness is not a marker of morality, or lack thereof. But in any case, whene'er I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock.
That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire.
Oh awfulness, oh artfulness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of woman. All right, settle down.
We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion. But for now, tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed.
Well, I spotted the note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place.
Hey! Yes, we also discovered that hiding place.
Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Yes, well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
What? There was something in it?
Yes. This rather nice key.
Oh! You've had it all this time. Ah! What are you doing with that? What the? Every ounce of color has drained from his face. All half ounce of color. Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it.
What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it?
No, What's all this about? He inherited that key? It was obviously important to you, since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it. So I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care.
Give it back this minute.
Give it to me!
Calm yourself, witness.
So, Mr. Shakespeare has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. Or perhaps the motive was his key. I don't know. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shakespeare at first. But considering everything we know now, I think there is actually something that could explain it.
What?
I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal. Everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events.
In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shakespeare's alleged crimes?
I think it's this one. Yes, the 1,000 pounds of loot.
Take that!
He was looking for money!
That's an official police report, is it not? The Selden file. How did you get hold of that?
Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room.
Well, yes, we know this, certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see.
And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died.
At least some £1,000 worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found.
I reckon in 2026 money, that £1,000 must be like worth a huge fuck-off amount now.
Yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. It's written in this file here. It's written in his file here, I should say. £1,000 lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up.
And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. The location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. You mean this key is... Mr. Shakespeare, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? It is a false charge, I tell you. A false charge!
The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death is noted in this file, but a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings?
There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot.
So, it all comes out.
Yes. And having established that, all of Mr. Shamspeare's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense.
When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garadev's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice.
Because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross.
Which is why Mr. Shamspeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room.
However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less. So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspeare? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. You... Is that it? Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they... Oh, whoops. Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Yeah. This is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspeare. It's mine. What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Ooh. Oh, he bunked his head quite hard. Mr. Shamspeare. It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. I'm trying to recall the day I got knocked upside the head at my apprenticeship a couple years back, because that put me in a pretty big daze for that day. You can't arrest me for the time being, anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? He's sounding more drunk than, I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. Please don't say that. Not in this day and age. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it. And I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through.
he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a way. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him.
Not in this day and age, my dude. Not at all. Please, don't say it like that.
No!
Even Sasato's like, don't say it, don't say it. He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first.
A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed.
Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule.
If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly.
This is the final piece in this complex puzzle. But I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. Teacher! My lord! Yes, counsel? The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we're already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Very well then, counsel, let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's haul? No, I don't think that it. That ain't it.
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamspeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene.
Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes.
A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Oh no. He's making the face. Like the... There's a face that he looks like right now, and I wish I could pull it up just to compare it. It's from one of the memes. But it also looks like a DreamWorks face. Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare. Hey!
Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title.
Ah! 'Tis Herlock Sholmes himself. I almost got his name wrong. I almost called him Sherlock.
What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since last we met. Mr. Sholmes? He does know Lord Van Zieks then. Well enough to say something like that in any case. Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, That does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. Oh! You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes!
What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time?
Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Soseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his old room. What will the sample take?
I think this needs to be a person.
We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. And something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record.
Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution?
How about Olive?
Take that!
Miss Green! Me? What do you want with me? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry?
Oh!
That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use.
Very true.
That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create this the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent.
Mr. Shamspeare, as one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's haul is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes.
So, Mr. Shamspeare, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key.
No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it!
It's over, Mr. Shamspeare.
No! No!
You're out of options now.
There's only one thing left for you to do.
Exit pursued by bear. Admit your guilt. That too, I guess.
Whoa! Oh, shameful spear! Despair! Be thy name!
Get confettied, idiot.
That can't be his real hair. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all.
So you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods.
Yet after you'd killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused.
Why?
I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Mr. Garadeb really has had a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. I mean, I would say give shit to landlords, but like, when your tenants are shams, when one of your tenants is Shamspear, sometimes you gotta give someone a little levity. And then, this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease.
Poor Mr. Natsume. What unfortunate timing.
Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance. But it wasn't to be. Sorry.
No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day.
And if I remember rightly, Mr. Shum spent the whole day in there reading books.
I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room.
Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap.
William Shakespeare. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
Well, let me tell you in your case. It's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died.
The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive.
The gas supply?
Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason.
That's no joke.
They say it's the convict's curse.
Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
All right then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place.
There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight?
No, I'd better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember?
But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school. But something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped, eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grub's Grabbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican.
That place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked. No problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking.
But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? I remembered. A rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations.
A rumor? You mean?
Yes. Everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End.
A black market?
I'd never been. I'd just heard people talk about them. And you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident? Or was it murder?
And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with. And wait.
If Mr. Shakespeare was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done.
But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly.
I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shakespeare. And then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Shakespeare followed the instructions to the letter.
I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of poison I'd bought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just desserts.
"3 days ago, when you first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward." "Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes."
It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend.
Yes.
And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you.
Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green,
Yes, my lord?
you will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shakespeare.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shakespeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
yesterday, at the hospital, me from
ending your life by drinking what was left of in the poison bottle.
I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green.
No,
And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shakespeare didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least.
because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Miss Green,
Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant
not guilty.
Court is adjourned. "3:24 p.m. Oh, yes, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done. Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. Oh, be nice. No! This has nothing to do with my mustache.
Some say that a luxuriant moustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes.
What? Where does it say that in that book? What do you mean? Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Once again, you've saved me from doom. I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. Your second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books.
You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
But a week ago now, I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did. And I've seen more life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wool of fog. My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are a few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, We humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. I've made a decision. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. What?
Just when we'd become friends here in England. What a terrible shame.
Oh, I know. That does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose.
Oh my! So you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume. How wonderful.
Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature.
Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Moustache.
I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper.
Ah, that's very true.
And there's no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor.
The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand.
My goodness, yes. Faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure.
Don't tease the man. But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it. Objection!
And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Soseki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Susuto-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. The 24th of February, 10:13 a.m. Mr. Natsume's room. Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. To uncover the secret hiding place in just one day.
Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? Well, I better get my pizza free then. Ugh. Shoddy service.
As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Someone's furious.
Rexy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley.
Happily?
I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth.
So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling.
And what's in it? What exactly is the loot?
Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's hall.
What is that?
It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar.
Ooh. A collar? It's huge though. And it is smeared in blood. I just noticed.
Look at all the gemstones set in it. I can see why it is claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Wait. Look at all the gemstones in it. Have you noticed on the inside there? There are some dark stains. You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it.
On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt.
Then of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown.
B?
What does it signify, do you think?
Oh, I hadn't noticed that. Oh. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? What could it have been?
How many names do we know that start with B?
That's enough of that, I think.
What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color's drained from his face.
Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, oughtn't you? It could be valuable evidence, after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. Ah, yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, and hand it over, now!
I'd never seen a collar that large before. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me, at least, not once I'd noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. Could they really have been blood?
Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now.
Wait! Baskerville! I got it. I'm connecting the dots. That might have been a bit loud, sorry. The big old dog's collar. Of course, for the Hound of the Baskervilles. And you look very pleased, Iris.
I am! Because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating.
You're talking about the latest installment of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume.
The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustached man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I can make it a two-part story.
I can't wait.
A word, please, Iris.
Yes? What is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case.
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear?
Yes.
And so it was that the second of Soseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again. With an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Oh yeah, that's right. Episode 3 does start at the Great Exhibition. End. Achievement. Alright. The return of the great departed soul.
And you can see I am now pretty much caught up with where my original run from a couple years back.
But that'll have to wait, won't it?
Ugh. It is time for me to close up shop and have a big ol' rest. Because it is now midnight. Goodness gracious.
Thank y'all for sticking with me this whole time.
Good progress tonight? Yeah, certainly. Get some good rest. Thank you, Quimsby. Just back in time. Thank you so much for stream. Thank you. Yeah, I will try to get some good rest. Especially with now that my shoulders are recovering. They're almost back at their best 80%. But yeah. We'll see what happens. If I stream on Monday, I stream on Monday. If I don't, well, you'll know. So everyone take care of yourselves. And we'll see what happens in the future. Good night, everybody. Pew 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 pew.